Hi everyone, this is Robert. Welcome to IDG Live. Today we are looking at the oldest and the most famous Song of Ice and Fire theory there is out there, R+L equals J. And I should probably say straight away, this is not a live stream, so if you are watching this as live, I've set it up as a premiere, so the chat is still there. Hi, moderators, thank you so much for what you do. But I obviously cannot be taking questions live. So I have set this up as a charity live stream. Haven't yet decided which charity, but have a look. It's there. It will be a good one, trust me. So if you did feel you wish to thank me for this in some way, then please do donate to this. So that's probably all the preamble we need. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this as a bit of a two-parter. R+L equals J is a massive topic. So today what we're going to do is we're going to be talking about the theory as a whole. What is the actual evidence for John being the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna? We now kind of assume it's the case because that's what happened in the TV show and that's what the majority of the fandom have thought for so long. But what's the actual evidence? Should we consider the alternatives? Is it a 100% thing? Are we actually only about 80 or 90%? So let's take a look at this. Let's see what we've got. And next time, what I will do is I will answer the questions that I've got from my patrons. So I asked my patrons any questions they wanted on R+L equals J. And as you would expect, I got a wide variety of insightful and interesting questions. And next time, I will be covering all of them. So all of that preamble out of the way. This is, as I said, the oldest significant theory about A Song of Ice and Fire that there is out there. You can go as far back as, I think, 1998. If you look on various Reddit forums and the like, for the first time that somebody was suggesting this. But the question, I suppose, is why? Why is this such a significant theory? And I think the answer is that this was set up as a big mystery. From the very beginning of this story, this was one of the questions that we had. Other things emerged. Who tried to kill Bran, who killed Jon Arryn, all of those other questions started cropping up, but this was there very, very early on. Who is Jon Snow's mother? And this isn't just sort of casually dropped in once and then ignored. This is something which is pushed again and again and again as a significant issue. Tyrion, Cat, and Theon all mention this to Jon's face. They call him bastard to his face. Jon often, in the opening chapters of Book 1, wonders who his mother is. That carries on for a while. He all the way through the rest of the story, he keeps on wondering about his mother. King Robert speculates about who his mother might be. Ned clearly didn't want to talk about who Jon's mother might be, which in itself is a bit of a clue because he seems quite a straightforward guy, Ned, and then here suddenly there's something he's like clamming up. So I don't want to talk about it. This is clearly a secret. And it's also clearly important to the plot because it is made such a thing of so early on and carries on being a thing. Now, that's probably the first point that we have to make in all of this, is that when we're looking for an answer here, it's not just, is R+L equals J a reasonable theory? It's what is going to be a solution that is satisfactory to this. Because if we went through all of this, forget people saying about George R. R. Martin kind of subverting tropes or whatever, he understands how story works and he has set something big up here, which means that whatever this is, it has to mean something. We can't get to 2/3 of the way through the story, towards the end of the story, whenever the big reveal is, and then it's oh yeah, Jon, so your mother was this insignificant character that we didn't hear from before, we're not going to hear from again, and it doesn't matter. That is not what this is about. There's something here, and it's a matter of trying to work out what that something is. Um, and as we're working through the clues, I think we should probably start by acknowledging that Ned did once give an answer to this. He gave an answer to somebody asking him who John's mother was. And here's the quote. It's Robert Baratheon. Robert Baratheon says, "There was that one time. What was her name, that common girl of yours? You know the one I mean, your bastard's mother." "Her name was Willa," Ned replied with cool courtesy, "and I would sooner not speak of her." "Willa, yes," the king grinned. "She must have been a rare wench if she could make Lord Eddard Stark forget his honour even for an hour. You never told me what she looked like." Ned's mouth tightened in anger. "Nor will I. Leave it be, Robert, for the love you say you bear me. I dishonoured myself and I dishonoured Catelyn in the sight of gods and men." So here we have, and this is important, I think, the one person that Ned can't just ignore and dismiss. Everybody else in his world, he's a Lord Paramount. The only person in this world who outranks him is Robert Baratheon, and Robert Baratheon is asking him direct. And Ned gives him an answer, but tries to shut this down straight away. "I don't want to talk about it." He says her name was Willa, but I'd sooner not speak of her. And then he's clearly uncomfortable. He replies with cool courtesy, his mouth tightened in anger. He says, "Leave it be, Robert." He's not happy. He doesn't want to talk about this. So again, the mystery increases. He's given a name, but he doesn't want to talk about this. He doesn't want to give any more details. And then there was a second time when we get Willa mentioned, actually. A long time later, when Arya falls in with the Brotherhood Without Banners, Ned Dane, the young heir to the Dane house, who happens to be there, he was Beric Dondarrion's squire, and he engages her in conversation and says, "My lady mother had no milk when I was little, so Willa had to nurse me." Arya was lost. "Who's Willa?" "Jon Snow's mother. He never told you? She served us for years and years, since before I was born." So clearly this story that Jon Snow's mother is Willa is out there. This is the official story that that Ned had, and also House Dane were giving out, that this was Willa was the mother. But this doesn't sit right with people. And it doesn't sit right with people for a number of reasons. Firstly, because, as Robert Baratheon, full of bluster, sort of basically says, this isn't like Ned. Him having a bastard child, it's not like him. That doesn't seem... He knows him very well. He grew up with him in the Eyrie. It doesn't sit right. And also, his shame seems unnecessary. We hear this quite a few times from different people, not just Robert Baratheon, who basically says you're too hard on yourself. But other people are just like, what's the problem? Okay, so you slept with someone. You're a lord. You slept with someone. And then you've got a bastard child. Name me a lord that doesn't have any bastard children. It's a bit weird that Ned is so ashamed of this. And it's often overlooked when we talk often about Kat and her relationship with Jon and the way that she clearly despises Jon. But even she, actually, when you get into it, even she is okay with Ned having a bastard. And if you don't believe me, listen to this. This is her thoughts in her, I think it's her first chapter. Many men fathered bastards. Catelyn had grown up with that knowledge. It came as no surprise to her in the first year of her marriage to learn that Ned had fathered a child on some girl chance met on campaign. He had a man's needs after all, and they had spent that year apart. Ned off at war in the south while she remained safe in her father's castle at Riverrun. He was welcome to whatever solace he might find between battles, and if his seed quickened, she expected he would see to the child's needs. She wasn't angry about it. In fact, she expected it. This was normal to her. There's literally no problem from Kat's side with the idea that Ned had a bastard child. Ned says, "Oh, I dishonoured Cat." She does not feel dishonoured, not in the slightest. What she's angry about is the fact that Ned installed John, set John up there in Winterfell, in the castle, before she'd even arrived, and made him a part of his household. So to Cat, that was like parading his bastard son in front of everybody else. What she was expecting, what was the normal way of things, was, okay, you have a bastard son, but then you just you leave them somewhere just out of reach, out of sight, but you make sure that they're well cared for. You send a little bit of money, some presents every now and then. Everybody knows who they are. Maybe when they grow up, they might sort of make an appearance at court, that kind of thing, but they're out of sight. So that was what Cat was angry about. Cat did not feel dishonoured. Cat thought this was just normal. So why is Ned so ashamed? Why doesn't he want to talk about it? The mystery keeps on growing. So what we also have here is that this issue is that if we say this is Willa, let's say we go with this. If this was Willa, Ned had a bastard child with Willa, this wet nurse, then what happened in some way, shape or form was he had a bastard child with a servant from House Dane way to the south, took the child, refused to name her, to say who it was, and headed up north. And that's odd, because why would you do that? Why would you feel the need to take this child with you and have this child as part of your household? And if you did, and you ripped this newborn child from its mother's arms, denied the mother access ever to her child, why was it that House Dane loved Ned Stark? Because they did. They named their heir after him. And their heir heard so many amazing stories about Ned Stark that he crept into the tourney at King's Landing in order to try and just sneak a glimpse of him. The Danes love Ned Stark. So that doesn't quite add up. And another thing which doesn't quite add up is the timing. Because George R. R. Martin is quite vague on timing around this period, around Robert's Rebellion. He doesn't like to go into it on this exact date this happened, on that exact date something happened. So we're just talking broad parameters here. But he does say that Jon Snow was born 8 or 9 months before Daenerys Targaryen. Now, you can work out roughly where Ned is at that point in time, further conception, if you trace your way back 8 or 9 months before the conception of Dany, which we know when that was. 8 or 9 months before that, Ned's probably in Winterfell. Maybe he's on his way there, maybe he's on his way just a little bit south, but he's definitely somewhere like there up in the north. What on earth would a servant from House Dane, who's been with them for years apparently, be doing right at the other end of the continent? Something here does not add up. And so it makes sense that Ned doesn't want to talk about it. He doesn't want to answer any questions about it. The only person that he has to answer questions from is Robert Baratheon. And the moment Robert Baratheon starts, just asking a few gentle questions, what did she look like? What was, tell me a bit. Ned's like, I don't want to talk about it. And puts emotional pressure. For the love that you say you bear me, don't ask me anything. He's basically begging him, do not make me say anything about this. So this is the mystery which is set up. We're told the official story. It's clearly not that. There's something wrong with this story. It is a cover story. And it seems to be a cover story for one person, and one person only, which is Robert Baratheon. Because for everyone else, if Ned wanted to, and he did, he could just refuse to say it. The only person he needed a cover story for was Robert Baratheon. So, that leads us to the question, why didn't he want his best friend to know Jon Snow's mother's identity? Now, we all know where the answer for that might be. But let's go through another couple, because there are a couple of other names which are sometimes thrown out as possible mothers. And the second name is, and it's not even a name, it's a fisherman's daughter. And we hear this story, I think it's even in book 5, I think it's A Dance with Dragons, before we even hear this. Davos is at the Sisters, which those are the islands, are sort of, if you imagine the bight, the bit of water between the north and the Vale, there's some islands in there, and we read this. Davos gets told this. To get home and call his banners, Stark had to cross the mountains to the Fingers and find a fisherman to carry him across the bight. A storm caught them on the way. The fisherman drowned, but his daughter got Stark to the Sisters before the boat went down. They say he left her with a bag of silver and a bastard in her belly. Jon Snow, she named him, after Arryn. So, and that's the first and last we hear of that. So, again, this is like, why the shame? We have to ask. Well, if this is the case, why is Ned so ashamed of that? He wasn't married at the time. He wasn't engaged to anyone at the time. He was young and carefree. He was Lord of the North. He could do what he wanted to. And again, why take the child from the mother? Why arrive with a Dornish wet nurse? Why not bring the mother up? And also, the timing doesn't quite work. That was too early. He had to get up to Winterfell before the timing of the conception. So none of that, again, sort of adds up. Then we get the third name, which is the name many people latch onto, which is Ashara Dane. And clearly there are rumours about her. Rumours at Winterfell. And Cersei has also heard the rumours. And this does kind of make sense at one level. They did meet, Ned and Ashara, at the tourney at Harrenhal. And they danced there. We're told who Ashara Dane danced with, and one of those was Ned. So there's that. And we also know from Sir Barristan Selmy that she was dishonoured at the tourney at Harrenhal, which probably means she slept with someone. Sir Barristan has got a rather traditional sense of code of honour, let's put it that way. So she was dishonoured there. Now, that was obviously way before the point of conception of Jon Snow, but people wonder, maybe they fell in love, maybe she kind of followed him up to Winterfell. We certainly know that she was down in Starfall after the Tower of Joy. But again, the timings seem a little bit weird. Are we really saying that she went all the way up to Winterfell and then hid? Because nobody at Winterfell knows her or remembers her up there. He kept her as his secret lover. The House Dane is not an insignificant house. House Dane are a very important house, one of like the second tier houses down in Dorne. She was one of the most famous people in the land. So are we saying that she came all the way up to Winterfell and just sort of hung around there? She became pregnant and then headed down to Starfall after that? Well, it seems a little far-fetched to start with, but then you have to take into account, again, the Danes' real love for Ned Stark. Because what you'd have to believe, if you went down this route, is that Ned and Ashara fell in love. She travelled the length of the Seven Kingdoms to spend time with him. She fell pregnant with their child. He then married someone else and went off to war, headed down to the Tower of Joy, where she killed Ashara's brother. He took Ashara's child with him and refused to acknowledge her as the mother, headed back up to Winterfell. Ashara Dane herself then took her own life, throwing herself from the highest tower in Starfall, and they concocted some story. Rather than blaming Ned, they concocted some story that this was Willa, the wet nurse, and thought that he was so amazing for taking this child, for abandoning Ashara Dane. They thought he was so amazing that they then named their firstborn son after him. Again, it doesn't kind of add up. Similarly, Barristan Selmy here. Barristan was low-key in love with Ashara Dane. We can see that from his POV chapters. And he thinks she was dishonoured. If he thought that she was dishonoured by Ned Stark, he would hold Ned Stark in very low regard, but he doesn't. He holds him in very high regard, in fact. So, again, that doesn't add up. Why? Well, you know that I believe that actually this was Howland and Ashara, but that's another video entirely. None of the possibilities of who Ned might have slept with seem to work. None of it adds up as to the timing, as to who they might be, as to why he's so ashamed of it. None of this kind of works. Which is why we then have to start coming to this idea that we obviously know that there's no evidence that Ned himself is the father. It's against his character. He's clearly hiding something. And we have to acknowledge, though, that it is in his character to take the blame for something that he didn't do in order to save his family when they're in danger. The classic example of this is actually in Book 1. He's there in the Black Cells, and you get Varys coming to speak to him, and Varys is trying to persuade him to lie, to say, yes, I was plotting and scheming to be taking the throne from Joffrey and take the throne for myself and all the terrible things. And Ned's like, why should I do this? I'm a man of honor, etc., etc. And Varys says, for your daughters. Because if you do, you'll get to go up to the Night's Watch and they will be safe. If you don't, they won't. And Ned took on the lie that he was plotting evil things in order to protect his daughters. So this is clearly a part of his character. So then we have to start thinking about Jon himself. He's grown up, obviously, by the time we get to the main story, and so we can actually see what he's like as a man. And it's immediately apparent that he is quite Starkish. So if Ned's not the father, maybe the mother is a Stark. And the obvious answer here is Lyanna, who we know disappeared for a long period of time. Ned went to the Tower of Joy, where she was dying, and then emerged with a baby. So that all kind of adds up. And we're told that Jon has Starkish looks. And there is a sort of a clue that you have to kind of dig into the story to get, but I think is quite a strong one, where Arya thinks to herself, Jon looks like me. Out of all of the Stark siblings, she thinks Jon looks like me. Does that just mean that Jon looks a bit Starkish? Well, perhaps. But then you have to remember the fact that Ned on several occasions thinks to himself, Arya looks like Lyanna. And if you then add those two things together, that means Jon looks like Lyanna. So we're now saying, okay, so maybe Ned's not the father, but Lyanna seems likely to be the mother. Do we have any clues of this? Now, this is the point we're going to start digging into the text, and it becomes not just like trying to go for, here's like a specific proof text here, but we're just trying to get a feel for what was going on, most of which is through Ned's thoughts. Now, Ned he's clearly suffering from some kind of post-traumatic stress about everything that happened there. So he doesn't often think about these things directly, but we can start to see the connections that he makes in his mind between various different things. And I think that is one of the biggest areas of clue that we have. He thinks back, for example, to Lyanna. Robert will never keep to one bed, Lyanna had told him at Winterfell, on the night long ago when their father had promised her hand to the young lord of Storm's End. I hear he has gotten a child on some girl in the Vale. Ned had held the babe in his arms. He could scarcely deny her, nor would he lie to his sister, but he had assured her that what Robert did before their betrothal was of no matter, that he was a good man and true, who would love her with all his heart. Lyanna had only smiled. Love is sweet, dearest Ned, but it cannot change a man's nature. So that's the kind of the starting point, is that we have Lyanna here, who clearly doesn't want to marry Robert Baratheon. She doesn't like the idea that he would be sleeping with other people. Incidentally, a bit of a contrast with Cat, who was okay with the idea. A man has needs. It's fine. What he does when we're not together, that's up to him. Lyanna does have an issue with this. So we get to this part in the story down in King's Landing. Ned is sort of he's got his investigating hat on, and he's wandering around trying to find out what was it that Jon Arryn was looking for, what was Stannis hunting for. And Littlefinger basically says, "Look, follow me, I'll show you." And Ned's investigating this idea that Robert visited brothels, which he kind of thought made sense. But when he's doing that, he then thinks about this with Lyanna. And Lyanna's thinking that's what he was like. And he finds it hard to kind of disagree. Then he meets the sex worker that Robert Baratheon had a child with, and she, curiously, this sex worker, makes Ned promise her something. Tell him that when you see him, my lord, as it please you. Tell him how beautiful she is. I will, Ned had promised her. That was his curse. Robert would swear undying love and forget them before evenfall, but Ned Stark kept his vows. He thought of the promises he'd made with Lyanna as she lay dying, and the price he'd paid to keep them. I will tell him, child, Ned replied, and I promise you, Barra shall not go wanting. So this is kind of multi-layered dialogue. There's a lot going on. The central point here is that there's a woman with a child who is asking Ned to promise her something, and Ned promising he will make sure the child's going to be looked after. And that makes him think straight away about the promises he made to Lyanna. So George R. R. Martin is inviting us to make this connection. A woman with a child, making Ned promise her something that he would be looked at, the child would be looked after, and Ned thinks about Lyanna and the promises he made her. And then crucially, the very next thing he thinks about, the very next line is this. She had smiled then, a smile so tremulous and sweet that it cut the heart out of him. Riding through the rainy night, Ned saw Jon Snow's face in front of him. So immediately after thinking about the promises that he'd made Lyanna, he thinks about Jon Snow. So the connection is straight away there. Robert Baratheon frequented brothels. Lyanna didn't like that. She didn't want to be with a man like that. Later, she had a baby, and at her urging, he promised to look after it, a promise he kept at great personal cost. And that's when he thinks about Jon. So he then, and this is a fantastic passage. Do go and look this up, by the way. There's so many extra layers going on here, which kind of gets interrupted, I should probably say. This is, soon after this is when Jaime suddenly turns up, and we get the whole confrontation there. Ned gets the wound and things move on. But Ned's just going through so many different thoughts. He then asks a question of Littlefinger, who's just like alongside him at the time. He says, why would Jon Arryn take a sudden interest in the king's base-born children? The short man, Littlefinger, gave a sudden shrug. He was the king's hand. Doubtless Robert asked him to see that they were provided for. Ned was soaked through to the bone, and his soul had grown cold. It had to be more than that, or why kill him? Littlefinger shook the reins from his hair and laughed. Now I see. Lord Arryn learned that his grace had filled the bellies of some whores and fishwives, and for that he had to be silenced. Small wonder. Allow a man like that to live, and next he's like to blurt out that the sun rises in the east. There was no answer Ned Stark could give to that, but a frown. For the first time in years, he found himself remembering Rhaegar Targaryen. He wondered if Rhaegar had frequented brothels. Somehow, he thought not. So now we've got the whole picture of Ned's thoughts going on here. We've got Lyanna didn't want a woman like Robert Baratheon who frequented brothels. Being asked to, a woman with a child asking him to promise her something, look after that child, reminds him of the promises he made to Lyanna. That in turn reminds him of Jon Snow. And then going through all of this, his brain goes, I bet Rhaegar Targaryen didn't frequent brothels. So the whole picture in this one section, it establishes the key points we've got here. Lyanna didn't want a woman like Robert. She did want a woman like Rhaegar. She had a child. She made Ned promise to look after that child. It's all there in that one little section. And then you have to say, the story we know, everybody agrees, Rhaegar and Lyanna were together at the right time. They were, even if you take the dramatic and very wrong assumptions that this was an abduction of some kind, then they were, the chances of there being a baby emerging have to be there. So it's not as if we're, Rhaegar and Lyanna producing Jon is a shock to anyone here. It actually makes sense. And although I'm not going to go hugely down this route, it's worth pointing out that Ned's assessment of Rhaegar that's not just Ned's. There's no indication Ned knew Rhaegar particularly well. But those who did seem to know him better also held him in very high regard. Barristan Selmy held him in high regard. Jaime seems to have held him in pretty high regard too. So all of this does fit together. So that's the sort of the logistics and the hints that we get from Ned, who is the one person who, as a POV character, does know what was going on. But there's more symbolism out there as well. George R. R. Martin didn't just sort of like drop that and then walk away from this. That we get symbolism throughout this story that leads us to suspect what happened. And first of all, we've got the House of the Undying. Dany goes to the House of the Undying, and she gets visions. These are true visions. Some of them are perhaps things that could have been but weren't, but the majority of them are true visions. And one of them is of a sweet-smelling blue winter rose growing from a chink in a wall of ice. The blue winter rose, we're told that was Lyanna's favourite flower, the blue winter rose. So if that's growing in a chink in the ice, this is Jon at the wall, a wall of ice. The implication of that, I will do a bigger video at some point about the House of the Undying. The implication of the placement of that vision is that there will be some sort of a romance between Jon and Dany. But the point of that there is that Lyanna has a presence at the wall, and that's Jon. But then we get Bael the Bard. And this is a story from a long time ago, from the north. And with a guy called Bael the Bard, he was a king beyond the wall. But before he became king beyond the wall, he went to Winterfell and stayed in disguise as a singer. And he did a great job. Such a good job that the Lord Stark at the time asked him to name his own reward for his singing. He said, all I need is just the most beautiful flower that grows in your gardens. And he was given this blue winter rose. Again, the Lyanna reference. But the next morning, he'd vanished. And so had Lord Stark's only daughter. And on her bed was this blue winter rose. And they were gone for a year before she's found again with a baby, Bael the Bard's baby. So that's the story. And eventually that child grows up to inherit Winterfell. There's a few interesting elements to this as well, though, which is that this isn't a story told south of the wall. This is a story when people south of the wall are told, they generally don't even believe it. They accuse Bael of being sort of a rapist or an abductor of some kind, which, again, takes us across to these illusions of the story R+L J, because Rhaegar was accused of those things as well. So if you take the high-level elements of that story, what we have is a story that George R. Martin wants us to link to Lyanna, because he uses this blue winter rose idea about this future king beyond the wall, who plays the harp. Rhaegar played the harp. He disappeared with Lord Stark's daughter for a year or so, which happened with Rhaegar and Lyanna. And she had a son with him who grew up to inherit Winterfell. He's then written out the potential love element of that is written out of the story that is told, and in its place is this story of abduction, but the child grows up to inherit Winterfell. It's the same story as R+L = J, basically. And what's even more interesting is that every time that story is told within A Song of Ice and Fire, it is told to Jon, as if Jon needs to hear this story for some way. George R. Martin is wanting us to make the connection between Jon and that story. But there's other moments that we often. I said what I didn't want to do was sort of go and do proof texting, but there are some fun moments when you get this kind of like George R. Martin is almost kind of winking at the audience. If you're paying attention, you got this. You get Robert Baratheon in book 1 again saying to Ned, "Where are all your people?" Because the North seemed very empty to him, and Ned goes, "Likely they were too shy to come out. Kings are a rare sight in the North." Robert snorted. "More likely they were hiding under the snow." Snow, Ned. Who's hiding? The king. Kings are a rare sight. Snow. The link is there. So, and the word snow is italicized by George R. R. Martin to emphasize it. There's Jeor Mormont's raven that whenever it's around Jon, it often says "King, King," which is a hint, because and I don't we could go down quite a long rabbit hole in this one. There will be different interpretations of who is within the line of succession, who is the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. But everything else sticking the same, and if everything we've been told is right, then obviously Eris II was king, and who should inherit from him? It would be Rhaegar, and after Rhaegar's death, it should be his eldest living son. And if his eldest son Aegon had died, then Jon would be the next, assuming they got married and he was legitimate, which I've got lots of questions about, so we'll cover that next time. But the working assumption with the king imagery is that Jon is therefore, in some people's interpretation, the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. Then you get one of my favourite little moments. You get Gilly and Jon. And Gilly is there north of the wall. Gilly's there. She doesn't understand about kings. And she's just trying to understand from Jon what a king is. And he sort of says, well, what do you think a king is? And she says, they say the king gives justice and protects the weak. She started to climb off the rock awkwardly, but the ice had made it slippery and her foot went out from under her. Jon caught her before she could fall and helped her safely down. So here she is saying, kings protect the weak, and then she stumbles and falls and Jon protects her. It's just such a small little nod to this idea from George R. R. Martin. I'm convinced it's not just coincidence. He didn't have to write that little thing in there, but he did. But then we get symbolism. We get Jon in words. Jon is mentioned, I think it's 6 times in connection with an ice dragon. Why ice dragon? Well, his heritage is Stark and Targaryen. So we're looking at fire and ice. Ice dragon is fire and ice. Then dragonglass. He's referenced a few times close to dragonglass, which is known as frozen fire. You get that reference when... Well, there's lots of references to the idea there might be a hidden dragon in Winterfell. There's a dragon hiding under Winterfell. Maybe one of the Targaryen dragons laid eggs and they got left underneath Winterfell. When Bran escapes Winterfell, through the eyes of summer, he sees what looks like a dragon roaring and escaping out of Winterfell. There's lots of imagery about a dragon had been hiding in Winterfell. There's the Pact of Ice and Fire that a lot of people make connections with, which is the Dance of the Dragons. This was the deal made between the Targaryens and Jaehaerys Targaryen and Cregan Stark, that their children would marry. That never happened. Is that now something which is... was George R. R. Martin giving us foreshadowing there? The Pact of Ice and Fire, that is going to happen again in the future? And then we also get, if you accept the fact that Jon is the son of Rhaegar, then that comes with this idea: is he therefore the prince that was promised, which Azor Ahai? And you get Melisandre saying things like, I pray for a glimpse of Azor Ahai in her flames, and R'hllor only shows me snow. And the snow there, the S is capitalized. She means Jon Snow. She asks to see Azor Ahai, and she sees Jon Snow. Added to which, he dreams of being Azor Ahai. We get this dream here. Burning shafts hissed upwards, trailing tongues of fire. Scarecrow brothers tumbled down, black cloaks ablaze. Snow! An eagle cried, as foemen scuttled up the ice like spiders. Jon was armoured in black ice, but his blade burned red in his fist. As the dead men reached the top of the wall, he sent them down to die again. He slew a greybeard and a beardless boy, a giant, a gaunt man with filed teeth, a girl with thick red hair. Too late, he recognised Ygritte. She was gone as quick as she'd appeared. So, in his dream, he's defending the wall against the dead, killing his lover, like Azor Ahai did, wielding a fiery sword. He's dreaming of being Azor Ahai. Black ice armor, that sounds very much like dragon glass, frozen fire. So all of the imagery is there for him as Azor Ahai. We also get this wonderful thought when John's scoffing about what Melisandre was wanting to do, to wake a dragon, kill somebody with king's blood, which would help her wake a dragon. And he says, king's blood to wake a dragon, where Melisandre thinks to find a sleeping dragon, no one is quite sure. It's nonsense. Mance's blood is no more royal than mine own. And it's just like, well, Mance's blood is no more royal than mine own. And it's like, I'm clearly not royal. But maybe you are. So the symbolic language is there all over the place. The symbolism there, the language usage is there, the plot points are there, Ned's memories all connect together to make this work. That's all there. Then you get the sort of the kind of external stuff that we should probably pay attention to, but it's not sort of textual evidence, which is that it was well attested to at the time that when the showrunners for Game of Thrones were pitching the idea that they should be left in charge of this, whatever you think of what they did later on, George R. R. Martin apparently asked them a question, which was, who's Jon Snow's parents? And they answered correctly, and that was part of the reason why he gave his thumbs up, that they should be allowed to take on his story, because they got the right answer. And what answer did they give? Well, clearly the answer they put in the show was that Jon Snow's parents were Rhaegar and Lyanna. So that's, I think, what we have to assume. And they had the handover meeting with George R. R. Martin, where he said all the things that were going to be coming, the main plot points that were going to be coming in the future, and they still went with R+L=J. Then you get Elio Garcia and Linda Antonsen, who, if you don't know them, I don't know if I haven't got the book with me right now, but like The World of Ice and Fire, the World Book, basically, was co-written with them. George R. R. Martin trusted them so much that for a time he said publicly that they knew more about Westeros than he did. He used them as his personal fact checkers as well. And Linda has said that she and Elio have been saying for at least the last 10 years, and this was a while ago, so this is probably 20 years or so ago now, that R+L=J is not really a theory for us anymore. We're fully bought into it. So the people that George R. R. Martin actually has worked with, forget any of these other people who you might think have views we should pay attention to, the people that he's actually worked with on this universe, they are 100% convinced that R+L=J as well. So where are we at with all of this? Given that Rhaegar and Lyanna were together for so long, it actually, I think, seems completely reasonable for Rhaegar and Lyanna to have had a baby, in whatever the context of their relationship was, assuming it was intimate in some way. And the presence of the Kingsguard there also adds huge amounts of evidence to the importance of the child, that there was a child there. Because when Rhaegar, he went to the Tower of Joy, he took his two buddies with him, he got called up basically to go and join the war, and he left the three Kingsguard, the two that were there plus the one who came to go and get him, he left those three at the Tower of Joy. Was it just to guard Lyanna? She didn't need three, including Arthur Dane recognized the greatest swordsman in the land. He didn't need three there if it was just her. If she was there against her will, then she could have been just chained up. If he just cared about her, if she was just a lover, then you didn't need three people there. You would, however, if you think that one of the most important people on your prophecy sort of he's very focused on prophecy. But if you think that this is going to be one of the most important people, there must be one more. The dragon must have 3 heads. Another thing that Danny saw in the House of the Undying. He thought that he needed to have 3 children. And if this was the 3rd child that was about to be born when he headed off, then yes, he would want the Kingsguard to be there. Otherwise, why would you keep 3 members of the Kingsguard there? So that all makes sense from that perspective. Ned's actions after the Tower of Joy are probably best explained by him trying to hide the baby's identity from Robert Baratheon, which only makes sense if the baby was Rhaegar and Lyanna's. Because why, and we're making this point at a very early point of this stream, why would you need to keep the identity a secret from Robert Baratheon? Because the lie that they came up with was only about something that they could feed Robert Baratheon. Because they knew what Robert Baratheon would do if he found out that Rhaegar and Lyanna had a child. What would he do? Well, it's pretty clear. He completely approved of the killing of Rhaegar's other 2 children. It led to an argument between Ned and Robert, which, again, makes a lot of sense if you think that Ned is aware at that point that there is another child of Rhaegar's out there somewhere who's a member of his own family. And also, later on, Robert Baratheon sends assassins to kill Daenerys. Again, an argument with Ned. Ned objects hugely to this. And it's not just because he's a good guy. These are the 2 most fundamental, biggest arguments that they'd had, those pair of best friends. So it's absolutely right. Definitely, there was a very good chance that child would be killed by Robert Baratheon, almost certainly killed by Robert Baratheon if Robert Baratheon discovered the identity of that child. Added to which, then, there's no evidence that Ashara Dane or Willow or anyone else was with Ned when they would have to be for him to be the father. And the Dane family attitude towards Ned doesn't fit if Ned had had a child with Ashara or Willow, for that matter. It does fit if he actually saved Ashara Dane. And this is where, as I say, I'm not going to go into the whole Ashara and Howland theory, but if he provided protection for her and they could go off and start a new life, that would be enough reason for them to love him. Ned's thought processes clearly show that he promised Lyanna he would look after a baby. I think that much is clear from what we have from his thought process. He promised Lyanna he would look after a baby. And when he thinks about that baby, he thinks about Jon Snow. And when he thinks about the father, he then thinks about Rhaegar. When he thinks about the mother, he thinks about Lyanna. This is the thinking. Yes, he doesn't ever come out and think, do you remember that time when Rhaegar and Lyanna had a baby? He doesn't ever do it like that. But clearly, the things which remind him give the story that we need. Then we get the symbolism, which we've been talking about quite a lot, about the fact that Jon is associated with ice and fire, a mixture of Stark and Targaryen. He's associated with kingship. He's associated with Azor Ahai. Everything that we would expect if he were the child of Rhaegar and Lyanna. Added to which, as a kind of like a final thing, the people that George R.R. Martin worked with the closest in this world 100% believe in R+L = J. So, what this all adds up to, I think, is the fact that we often get this, and the reason why I've taken so long to go through all of this evidence is that what we often find when we're sort of here in the fandom, there's a random theory on the internet there, whatever, that comes out with a bit of evidence that maybe something else happened. And that's kind of held up against R+L = J and say, well, it could be R+L = J, or it could be this. the preponderance of evidence is never the same. R plus L equals J has every kind of bit of evidence that you could possibly want to support it as a theory. Often people will kind of pick at what they think is the loosest thread and say, look, that bit doesn't work. That's fine. You could take away lots of different random threads from the R plus L equals J theory, and it would still have a huge amount of evidence supporting it. Almost all of the other theories out there that you might hear, actually, when you look at what evidence is there in the story that these things happened, the answer's not a lot. What evidence is there symbolically that that's who John is, the child of those people? Why would that be important for the plot if it turns out that John's mother is that person? Why is it that Ned acted in the way that he did if actually it's that situation? These things, sometimes you'll find things that on the surface they sound quite convincing, but you're not comparing like with like. You're not comparing the mound of evidence we have for R plus L equals J against an equal mound. It's often just a few random things that kind of sit together nicely. Which isn't to say I wish to be disparaging about. I like us having different theories about stuff. I will always welcome and read and try to critically assess any challenge to this. I think it's groupthink is a real issue in this kind of situation, is that we could all just say, well, it definitely has to be this. So I think we do need to be open to other ideas. But thus far, personally, I've not seen anything which amounts to anywhere near the mound of evidence that we've got for R plus L equals J. In fact, a lot of these other random theories rely on this, but it's too obvious. Which it only is actually obvious when you've had decades to sift through all of these books and pull out every single little bit of evidence that you've got. To early readers, yes, the theories were there from early on, but to early readers, you'll find a huge amount of people who read through the books without the faintest idea of that theory, or it only slowly dawned on them as they were sort of moving through, or maybe that's what was going on. So it's the kind of theory which has got a lot of information in there, and now occasionally people will use the large amount of information there to say it's obvious. It's not obvious, but when you go digging, then the clues are all there. So I think that's where we're sort of going to start pulling this bit of the live stream to an end. As I say, I've got a whole load of questions from my patrons. What I will be doing next time is going through all of those questions, answering some critiques of this theory, and a few sort of points of clarification about what was going on. I do want to say a couple of things, though. First of all, if you've been watching this live, could you say a thank you to the moderators? This is being done as a premiere, which means that the chat is still there and they'll be doing a fantastic job. I'm absolutely sure of that. So if you could just show them a little bit of love, I would love that. For myself, I'd also love to thank my patrons. I'll be answering your questions next week on this and another pre-recorded live stream. But this is, because I'm not here to be answering questions, I've set this one up as a charity live stream or charity premiere, which means that you can donate. It is for an excellent cause. I will leave the information down in the description, but there should be a button somewhere for you to donate if you'd like to show your appreciation, or if you simply have a kind soul and a little bit of cash to spare, and I would hugely appreciate that. So thank you very much. I will be back this time next week to be looking at the questions about R plus L equals J, and either this week or next week I will try and pop into the chat just to be saying hello. Okay, that is all for this time. If you are watching this back a little bit later, then appearing somewhere around here is going to be a link to other live streams that I have done. Appearing somewhere around here, it's linked to my Patreon page, which is the best way to support this channel if you wish to do so. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you again next time. Bye. Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. This is a pre-recorded live stream, so if you are there watching this live, I've set it up as a premiere. So the chat is there and moderators, thank you. This is going out as live, but I am not there to be answering any questions. However, this is a charity stream, so if you would like to show your appreciation in any way, or if you are just feeling generous and would love to support a very worthy cause, there is a link somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where on your screen there is, but there's a link somewhere to a very worthy cause. So today we are carrying on. This is sort of part 2 of a series looking at R+L = J, which is the original big Song of Ice and Fire theory out there. The idea that Jon Snow's parents are Rhaegar and Lyanna. Now, for many of us, we've kind of banked this. We think this is what the truth is, but it's always worth remembering that this is not yet confirmed in the books. Yes, it happened on the TV show, but in the books, it's still to be revealed. So last week, what I did was I gave, for about an hour or so, I talked all the way through the evidence for R+L = J, and there's a lot of evidence, I have to say. And my overall conclusion was that the mountain of evidence we have for this is so big that in the absence of any other new evidence, that seems to be by far the most likely conclusion that we can reach to what actually is going on here. Maybe, small chance, maybe something else is going on, but we just don't have that information yet. We don't have enough going on that we can say this is an alternative. We're now at a point where we can say, beyond reasonable doubt, based on what we have, R+L = J is true. But that does not mean that we don't have questions. That doesn't mean that there's not the possibility things could change if we get new information. So what we're doing today is we're going through questions from my patrons. I asked for questions about anything really to do with this. Questions about the theory, questions about alternate theories, and that's what we're going to do today. Is we're just going to break them down one after another. And we will start with a question from Catherine Furseth saying, "Hi Robert, I wonder what would happen if the end of the rebellion had the same outcome, Robert winning, Rhaegar dead, but with Lyanna surviving with the child and Robert finding out and finding them. What would he have done then? Ned, who knew him best, thought the danger to Lyanna and the child was real and probable, but what do you think? Would Robert stop short of killing the woman he loved if he knew she had turned her back on him?" Okay, so this is obviously in the world of what-ifs, which is always a little bit fraught, because we don't know. But I think it's probably worth us saying that Ned had very good grounds for thinking that Robert Baratheon would definitely kill the child if he had the opportunity. Now, we base this on his attitude when Rhaegar's other children were brutally killed, it has to be said. He seemed all right with this, in fact, quite happy about it. And then a bit later, obviously, many years later, when Daenerys appears to be pregnant, then he sends assassins after her. So the idea that Targaryen children would be up for grabs for him, I think that's pretty much beyond doubt. The second question, though, is that how would he react to Lyanna if he knew that Lyanna had rejected him and gone with someone else? Well, I mean, it's hard to say because we don't ever meet the younger Robert Baratheon, but I don't think he would have taken it well. At the very least, we're talking exile here, and I don't think she would have taken the killing of her child easily, and I suspect she would have put up a fight, and I think it would have ended rather tragically. So I can't see a way in which the two of them would have survived had Robert Baratheon found out. Lorelei Dragon, if you are correct about the Horn of Winter raising an army of dead Starks, I think you are, thank you, that will mean that Lyanna is raised to fight at her son's side for the final battle. There's something poetic about that, I think. Okay, so this is, for those who don't know, this is, I mean, it's not just my theory, but it's something that I've been convinced of for quite some time, which is that the statues of the Stark Lords in the Winterfell crypts, they will come to life at some point. They will be animated. I think the most likely candidate for this is when the Horn of Winter is sounded, and they will come to life to fulfill an ancient pact to fight against the others. That, I did a whole series of videos on that if you're interested in it, but that's the theory. The question, therefore, is, as Lyanna's got a statue there, does that mean she's going to join this fight? And I think the answer is we don't know. And the reason I say we don't know is because we don't know the exact mechanism of the magic that's going on there. I think that this is connected to whatever promise the Starks made or whatever judgment was put upon them way back in the day that led to the creation of the crypts and the spirits of the dead Stark, Kings of Winter and Lords of Winterfell, being trapped there, because that is what is happening. Every time we see those statues, they are anthropomorphized. They're the spirits of the dead Starks. Ned Stark definitely thinks that. Theon goes past them and feels them looking down at him, etc., etc., etc. Their spirits are trapped there. But I think the distinction has to be that it's the statues that will come to life, and the statues themselves seem to be inhabited by the spirits. But all Starks, parts of the main Stark family, can be buried in the crypts, but obviously not all of them have statues. What is it that will be reanimated? The statues, yes, but do we need A, a statue? There's three moving parts here. A statue. B, are the bones back and buried there? And C, was this person a Lord of Winterfell or King of Winter? Most of the statues there, they fulfill all three, so most of it will move. But what if you need all three of those things to be true? Then in that case, Lyanna Stark would not join, because she was never a Lord of Winterfell. This also, rather intriguingly, makes us wonder about Ned Stark. Ned Stark was clearly a Lord of Winterfell. His statue is there. They caught his likeness, it would appear. But at the same time, his bones aren't. Are his bones needed in order for this magic to work? We do not know that. What about Robb Stark? Again, Robb Stark, he's clearly, he was Lord of Winterfell, King of the North, and he doesn't have a statue there, and his bones aren't there. Does that mean he's going to join in? Probably not, but we don't know. So Lyanna, her statue's there, her bones were brought back up there, but she wasn't a King of Winter, a Lord of Winterfell. So will she join in? We don't know. So I think this is one of those things that, and we'll probably only find out through Bran, to be honest, going back in time. What exactly is it that makes the statues have the spirits inhabit them? Is it who they are? Is it the fact that their bones are there? Until we get that information, we simply do not know. I think it's a fascinating question because, again, you get so many other, going off on one here, you get so many other possibilities. Like, what about Brandon Stark? So he's got a statue there because Ned made sure that there was one of him there. Was he a Lord of Winterfell? Well, I suppose it depends technically on who died first out of him and his father. We simply do not know. Are his bones there? We're not told, but I think the implication has to be no. So probably not him either. Alhad, I always feel that the last conversation between Rhaegar and Lyanna would be almost a subject of a Shakespearean drama. The situation we triggered has now degenerated into killing of your brother and father by my father, and now I have to kill your next brother, with an additional bonus that the whole country is now engulfed in a civil war. My terrible imagination apart, do you think Rhaegar might have left her some instructions? I know you believe that Rhaegar was certain of the victory, but still, if yes, then what would they be? So, I mean, I agree. By the time we reach Rhaegar accepting he's got to go and join the battle, then yes, this does become tragic. I don't think, whatever else you think was going on there, I don't think that when he and Lyanna departed from wherever it was they were, just outside Harrenhal, they thought that they were sparking a civil war. I don't think that was in their minds at all. So, yes, there's the tragic element there. As for did he leave any instruction? Well, first of all, did he think he was returning? Yes, definitely. All the evidence suggests that when he's talking to Jaime as he's about to leave, he says, things will change when I return. I mean, he's going off to a battle. There was no doubt in his mind, when I return, things will change. It's like, maybe you won't. And he didn't. But he thought he was. So, yes, I think he was 100% convinced he was going to return. Did he leave any instructions? Well, I think he left instructions for the Kingsguard that they were there to be protecting Lyanna and her baby. I think he probably left the idea that the baby will be a girl and will be named Visenya because of the naming pattern he'd already gone to with his other two children. I think that seems very likely. But beyond that, I suspect all it was stay here. I will be back. I will defeat this rebellion, and then I will come back, and then we will figure out how to deal with my father. Because let's not forget, this was all a big interruption to his other plan, which was to usurp his father and take the throne. So I think he basically he wanted them there away from trouble. Corvus Corax saying, good day, Robert, and to you too. Speculation, of course. If Rhaegar had lived long enough to see his new son, do you think he would have started to question his obsession with prophecy or doubled down for baby number 4? So this is based on this idea that what he wanted was a daughter. He had 2 children so far, a son named Aegon and a daughter named Rhaenys. And we see from Dany's vision of him in the House of the Undying, we see him there saying, there must be one more. The dragon must have 3 heads. This is a clear reference across to the first 3 Targaryens, or the Targaryen conquerors. He wanted a daughter called Visenya. And so the clear implication is he went off. One of the driving factors to him getting with Lyanna was because he wanted to have a daughter who he was going to call Visenya. What would he have done if he'd come back and found, this isn't a daughter, this is a son? Well, what we see of him in the past is that, yes, he's obsessed with prophecy, but he's willing to be flexible about his interpretation of prophecy. So he started out thinking that he was the prince that was promised. He trained himself up to be a warrior because he thought that's what he needed to be. And then he went, oh, no, it's going to be my son, isn't it? And so he kind of shifted his interpretation and understanding of what that meant. I think that he would have done the same here. He would have thought, the dragon must have 3 heads. That must mean we have to recreate the original Targaryens. I suspect if he'd got a son, he would have gone, okay, so maybe it doesn't have to be 2 daughters and 1 son. Maybe it's 2 sons and 1 daughter. And I suspect that he would have then gone for the name Viserys rather than Visenya. Yes, he already had a brother, Viserys, but I suspect that he would have decided that this takes precedence. Hermione. Rhaegar and Lyanna might have been impulsive in running off together, but surely they must have realised that if they had sent word explaining the situation, their families, at least Lyanna's, might have had a chance of accepting it, or at least acknowledging it. Do you think they sent letters or riders? If so, what do you think happened to them? One fan theory I've heard is that Littlefinger somehow intercepted the message in the Riverlands. Chaos is a ladder, after all. Okay, so I will use this, first of all, as the opportunity to say I think Littlefinger was involved in this, but not there. I think let's tell the whole story from Littlefinger's perspective. Littlefinger was being fostered at Riverrun, and he had a thing about Cat, and Cat was going to be marrying Brandon Stark. And he challenged Brandon Stark to a duel. This was stupid. Brandon Stark was basically a full-grown man by this point, and a good fighter. Littlefinger was not. And Brandon basically beat him to a pulp. And the decision was made. Hoster Tully made the decision, he's got to go. This Littlefinger guy, he's got to go. I'll let him recover, then give him a horse, and send him back to the Fingers where he came from. And that's what happens. And Littlefinger heads out from Riverrun along the road eastwards. This is, just so you've got your bearings on this, this is after the tourney at Harrenhal, but still before when there was going to be the wedding between Brandon and Cat. He heads off east, probably quite slowly. He's down, and he's injured. He's not heading anywhere too fast. And probably he gets as far as the inn at the crossroads. And the crossroads, remember, this is... we talk about this inn a lot because it is the inn at the crossroads at the centre of the country. You can go north to Winterfell, you can go south to King's Landing, you can go west to Riverrun, you can go east to the Eyrie. So he reached the crossroads, but by this point, winter had set in. This was the year of the false spring, remember? So there had been what people thought was spring, but then winter came back with a vengeance. Now, he will have known that in order to get into the Vale, the one route was to be heading sort of up through the Mountains of the Moon, which was dangerous and impassable when it snowed. So he probably will have had to pause at the inn of the crossroads. He will have had to pause, firstly, because he will need to have hired some people to go with him, because it was quite dangerous, because of all the hill tribes going on there. And secondly, because it was starting to snow. And nobody really knew what was happening because they thought it was spring, but now it's snowing again. Does this mean that it would be impassable? A lot of uncertainty there. He almost certainly will have paused. So he's headed off east, ended up at the inn at the crossroads. Brandon Stark, we're told, decided to head off after this, and we're not told he was going after Littlefinger, but there's nothing else that he could possibly have been doing. He was quite hot-headed. He went with a few of his friends and chased after Littlefinger. Now, we're told in a separate narrative that not too far from Harrenhal, that's where Rhaegar met up with Lyanna and they headed off. Now, not too far from Harrenhal is the inn at the crossroads. I think there's a fair chance that it was somewhere around there that happened, and Littlefinger noticed it. He will have known what Rhaegar looked like, he will have known what Lyanna looked like, and he saw it. Shortly after which, in comes Brandon. You can imagine the scene, pushing him up against the wall, about to dole out a little bit more damage to this guy who basically Brandon will have seen it as an insult. somebody who thought he could take Brandon's bride-to-be away from him. And Littlefinger will have thought quickly. There's an echo of this when Ned pushes him up against a wall, incidentally. He will have thought quickly, how do I get my way out of this? What is it that will make Brandon abandon me and go somewhere else? The thing which would is, I saw your sister being kidnapped by Rhaegar Targaryen. This, he knows, will trigger things. He's seen how Brandon reacted, the tourney at Harrenhal, when Rhaegar offered that crown of winter roses to her. Clearly Rhaegar wants Lyanna, and now here is proof that he's just taken her for himself. Brandon heads off and thinks that Rhaegar must have gone back to King's Landing. He hadn't, but he thinks he did, and charges down, and that's the thing that starts the war. Which is intriguing because we have been looking for something which caused Littlefinger to get this idea that chaos is a ladder, because that nobody knew what was going to happen there. He sent off Brandon. He knew something bad was going to happen. Sent off Brandon in a hot anger down to King's Landing. And a whole war erupted off the back of it. And off the back of that war, Littlefinger managed to get himself to a position of being in charge of customs at Gulltown, a huge promotion, which in turn allowed him to get the job in King's Landing. So he will have taken the lesson from all of this that chaos works. Chaos is a ladder for me. You just create chaos and then trust yourself, back yourself to make better use of it than everyone else. So I think Littlefinger was involved, but not in stopping communications from Lyanna and Rhaegar. And I think you say surely they will have written off to their families. Certainly Lyanna must have done. And I think my answer to that is, yeah, I think she did. I think that she probably wrote up to Winterfell because that's home. And what she said, I don't know. But maybe she was explaining a few things here and there. But it almost certainly will have arrived after her father had left. And so the only person who was there was Benjen, which means that Benjen knew what was going on, which partly explains why he might have felt a little bit guilty about all of this. And she was also very close to Benjen, so that also kind of makes sense. But I think the biggest thing you have to remember here is the passage of time. She and Rhaegar headed off, and I suspect they didn't go direct to the Tower of Joy. But if they did, that is, I mean, it's hard to say exactly, but at least a month's hard travel. Probably 6 weeks. Overground, they're staying away from the King's Road. They're travelling over fields and along dirt tracks and things like that. They're not moving fast. That route probably is at least a month, probably 6 weeks. And they probably, for most of that time, won't have been in contact with what was going on in the wider world. So they won't know that after they left, 2 weeks after they left, Brandon turned up at King's Landing, demanding Rhaegar. They won't know that Brandon got taken captive by the Mad King. They won't know that he demanded that the fathers of the people that he'd captured come to King's Landing. They won't know that Rickard Stark, their father, had been travelling down and went straight on to King's Landing. All of that probably took about a month. They won't know that the two of them were then killed by the Mad King. And the Mad King followed this up by demanding that Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark come and attend him, and that they'd refused and basically gone to war. Ned had headed off into the wilderness, uncontactable. And Robert Baratheon, he'd gone to take Gulltown and then was heading over to try and take Storm's End. So it's entirely possible that by the time they'd reached news of what was going on, war was already happening. And they had no idea. They just sort of headed off, and they had no idea that they'd been missed. They had no idea that people were looking for them. They had no idea about what had happened with the Starks. They had no idea about any of this. They had no idea war was happening. So by the time they get to get back in contact with their families, everything had got beyond a point at which they could save it. Mary Lou Gambit. I can't help but feeling that the author mayhaps will wriggle away from R+L J. He has all sorts of deceit available: twins, baby swaps, fake deaths, and new lives, etc. So I think he will mix it up because of the urge to flip the bird at Dan and Dave, the showrunners, for stopping at the first twisty equation and being all chuffed. So will George R. R. Martin change this or anything else because of what happened with Game of Thrones? Personally, I think not. And I think that for two reasons. Firstly, because I don't think George R. R. Martin thinks that his original, or what he was planning, was bad. I think he thinks it's good. And he just thinks that the way that Dan and Dave, the showrunners, did it did not work. He's a big fan of talking about all these toxic butterflies, and you make decisions in early seasons of a TV show, and by later seasons, then they've exploded out to be big issues. He's talked when the show was on about how the differences between the show and the books were massive by the time you got up to like seasons 7 and 8, because of decisions you made about the Dawn plot line, because of decisions you made about let's not do young Griff Fagon plot line, because of lots of these smaller decisions made early. Let's not have Lady Stoneheart. Once you take out those things, you get a smaller story, but it also means that those characters and situations and plot lines you've excluded do not interact with the rest of it, so you don't get the same ending. I think George R. R. Martin thinks that his ending is going to be good because it's got all of these elements. So I think that's the first thing. And the second thing is, although he often plays up this idea of him being a gardener writer, that he's kind of like wandering through this garden and just seeing where the path goes and planting a few flowers here and a hedgerow there. There's an element of that, obviously, but he's also been quite clear that he has known from very early on the fates of the main characters, the big beats of this story, where this is ending. That I don't think he's going to change. I don't think he feels there's a need to change this. And I also fundamentally don't think that he wants to lower himself to a position where he can be artistically reacting against a TV show when he sees himself as the writer of this. And the TV show might have gone off and done a different thing, but he's the writer of the story. He's in charge of the story, not them. So I think my instinct is no. Maybe he might tweak a couple of things. I mean, he's only human. He watched the TV show. He would have seen some things, and maybe he's reacted to them and got, oh, actually, that didn't work as well as I thought it would have done. But on the main, no, I don't think so. Jojo Action. My question is, why didn't Lyanna tell anyone? I don't mean right away. I mean after her brother and dad were burned alive, or even after the first battles were fought. Why didn't Lyanna send a raven to Ned, clarifying a few things? Yes, the rebellion was set in motion, and the North couldn't stay out of it even if they wanted to. I still think Lyanna would have wanted to set the record straight for her family, at least. To me, it feels a lot like this is a plot device, so there can be this big mystery. Well, I understand why you might think that. But my feeling is that she did. She did tell her brother what was going on. And that if you just think for one moment, okay, maybe she has, as I said just a moment ago, maybe they've gone off grid for a little while, and when they've emerged back up, and this seems to be the case, when they've emerged back and felt there's everything's earning around us, we can't stop the civil war now. Then still she would have sent something up to Winterfell. Ned, by that point, he himself will have gone off grid. He's working his way back up to Winterfell. He has to call the banners, etc., etc. I feel sure that she would have sent him something. Do not forget that Ned knew where to go for the Tower of Joy. At the end of all of this, once he'd finished all of his fighting, he gathered a few loyal people to him, and he went straight to the Tower of Joy. There wasn't any deviation, there wasn't any guesswork. He knew where he was going. So he got that information from somewhere. Maybe he got it from Howland Reed, maybe he got it from someone else. Maybe Lyanna told him where she was and said, when this is finished, come and find me. So I think she did tell him. And I think that this just adds to the tragedy of it. Because imagine if Ned knows. He knows that this is all, I mean, to say it's all a misunderstanding is probably underplaying it a bit, but he sees that this could have been stopped and it wasn't. But it's too late now. This is going on. So he thinks, all right, well, we're in open rebellion now. This has to be dealt with. I have to bring my forces down, or I'm abandoning my friends and everything will be lost. So he takes his forces down south, but he thinks, okay, maybe I'll just gauge things with Robert Baratheon, see what happens. He's his best friend. He meets up with him, and Robert Baratheon is around that point deciding he wants to be king. This is no longer just we're fighting rebellion because we think there's a bad king, we're trying to save ourselves. This was Robert Baratheon saying, you know what, I want to be king. And you know what, I want to kill all the Targaryens. And what if Lyanna has written to Ned and said, here I am, I'm pregnant with Rhaegar's child. By the time you find me, I'll probably have got that baby. Ned, you can feel the conflict within him, is like, well, what do I do? We have to get rid of the Mad King. That's the thing. That cannot carry on. He's murdered my father. He's murdered my brother. He will kill everybody else I care about. We have to get rid of that threat. So that thing has to happen. But as soon as possible after that, I'm going to go to Lyanna and try and see what's going on and try and sort this out. And you can just imagine that's weighing on him all the way through this. This isn't any longer just a fight for survival. This is Robert Baratheon wanting to be king and wanting to be the most powerful person in the land. Stephen saying, hi Robert and Dan, I have 2 questions. If Rhaegar and Lyanna were married, could they have been wed by a rite of the old gods? This might have been Lyanna's preference and a way to get around the whole bigamy issue. If so, where might they have wed and who would officiate? Perhaps somewhere in the Riverlands like High Heart or Oldstones or even Harrenhal. I presume the Isle of Faces was off limits. Well, a couple of things on that. Firstly, is a wedding in the way of the old gods was counted as a legal wedding in the Seven Kingdoms. So this wasn't a way around the bigamy thing. This wasn't so you did get married to that woman over there under that faith, but you can marry me under this faith. That's not how it worked. So yes, the Targaryens often or several times played the well, I can marry more than one person card, but I suspect that wasn't really for Lyanna. And so the bigamy thing couldn't have worked. Could they have been legally married in front of a heart tree? Well, yes, absolutely. They could in sort of under the worship of the old gods, and I think people would have understood that. For that, you don't need to have you're doing it in front of the heart tree. The heart tree is the embodiment of the gods, so you don't need to have a septon or anything like that along the way. You probably should have some witnesses, but you could just do it in front of the tree yourself. Where is available? Harrenhal obviously is. Old Stones, High Harch. There's plenty of places. If you look in that sort of upper Riverlands area, there's this kind of crescent of places where worship of the old gods is still very prevalent. And there are a number of sites that they could have chosen. I have to say, though, and I'll get onto this, I think, in answer to your second question, my instinct is that they probably didn't get married straight away. That wasn't an immediate thing. We'll meet up, we'll get married, boom, done. Which means that they probably travelled a little way first, which means they probably travelled away from most of the heart trees, so it's more likely to me that they got married through the Faith of the Seven. Was Rhaegar aware of the Pact of Ice and Fire? Could he have used it as a justification for the marriage, to honour a pact or promise that had been left unfulfilled? Well, yeah, he will have been aware of it, the Pact of Ice and Fire. This is the agreement in the Dance of the Dragons between Jacaerys and Cregan Stark, that Cregan's son would marry Jacaerys' firstborn daughter. And let's not forget that this is entirely sort of a House of the Dragon thing, I guess. But this was not just like a, oh, you can marry my daughter kind of thing. This was potentially wedding the Starks into the Iron Throne itself. Because Jacaerys was heir to the Iron Throne, firstborn of Rhaenyra. But the grounds by which he would have been king, had he ever been king, was because a woman, the eldest born child, regardless of gender, inherited. Which means that if he'd offered his firstborn daughter, there was a 50-50 chance that his firstborn daughter was his firstborn child, which means that that's his heir. So actually, the Pact of Ice and Fire is potentially offering the Starks a route into being kings and future a child of the Starks ruling from the Iron Throne. So, would Rhaegar have been aware of this? Yeah, I'm sure he would have been aware of it. There's nothing really that we see going through history after that period that suggests that the Starks ever, or the Targaryens ever thought, oh, this is a promise we need to keep. This is an important one. It seems to have been a thing that was promised in the middle of a war, and then people died and it didn't happen, and it's like, okay, let's move on. So I don't think, although yes, it kind of makes thematic and foreshadowing sense to us, I don't think for them this was a, oh, this has to happen kind of thing. Crida, hi Robert, I've been watching all of your videos on the main channel for a while. Thank you. I recently started listening back to a lot of your live streams as well, so I decided to join your Patreon to support the great work you do and join in the fun over here. Well, thank you very much. I hugely appreciate it, and it does give me the opportunity to say, patrons, thank you. I hugely appreciate your support. That's why I'm framing these around your questions. If you do want to support the channel, the best way is always through Patreon. There's a link somewhere. And also, while I'm thanking people, moderators, I know I'm not doing this live, but I know that it's set up as a premiere, so please do, if you are there in the chat, the moderators are still doing a fantastic job. Please do go and say a word of thanks to them. And as I said, this is a charity stream, an excellent cause. There's a link somewhere on your screen. If you'd like to show your appreciation, now is a good time to do so. So, Chris saying, the question, at this point it seems almost like a foregone conclusion that R+L equals J. Is there a good case that could be made that R+L does not equal J? So, I mean, I think this is how I ended the stream I did last week, which was, at the moment, on the basis of the information we have, the overwhelmingly most likely scenario is R+L equals J. we've still got a lot of story to go. There will still be a lot of revelations to come. So I can't sit here and say to you that there's nothing we will learn which will change our minds on this. It's possible we will. Maybe George R. R. Martin will roll out Howland Reed, who will say, oh, yes, but this actually happened. Maybe. But everything that we've got seems to suggest that this is the case so far. And if it isn't the case, then we need to be looking at the foreshadowing, we need to be looking at the language associated with John, and just try and reinterpret it completely. So at the moment, always open to other solutions and suggestions, but nothing comes anywhere near as close as R+L = J to explaining all of the evidence that we do have. Lorelei Dragon. Good evening, Robert and Dan. I wonder whether there are clues in the text as to whether Rhaegar and Lyanna were in fact married. He wouldn't be the first Targaryen king to practice polygamy. If they did marry, I like the idea that they would have said their vows before a weirwood in the Northern way. The second question. Do you think the Tower of Joy was their original destination, or were they perhaps riding for Sunspear in the protection of the Martells, but waylaid by something? I'm thinking pregnancy complications for either Lyanna or Ashara. Okay, so in terms of the clues in the text, if you go back to last week, you'll find there's quite a few King themes for John and Azor Ahai themes, which only would really come out if he is the prince that was promised, and so on. In terms of the polygamy thing, I think one thing I should say, and also because you asked whether they might have been going to Dawn. Dawn is important here because Rhaegar's wife was Dornish, Elia Martell. Now, the Martells were as relaxed as the Targaryens were about relationships inside and outside of marriage. They were really quite chill. That was not an issue for them. But I suspect they would have felt very strongly about the fact that Elia's children were very clearly Rhaegar's first children, and therefore Aegon was the heir to the throne. And so the line of succession in their mind was clear. Now, I've said before, I think Lyanna probably wouldn't have wanted to have a polygamous marriage, simply because of the attitude that we see towards Robert Baratheon. When she's there saying, Robert Baratheon, you know, I've seen what he's like. He's not going to change when he's married. And I think that she will have needed some convincing that Rhaegar, who's there already married, and then says, hey, should we get married as well? I think that would be sending a few alarm bells ringing for her. So I think that she will have wanted his old marriage dealt with. And his old marriage, as far as we can tell, they seem to really care about each other. But it was a political marriage, it was a hastily arranged marriage, and there's no indication that this was a great meeting of loves. So the question is, would the Martells have agreed to a divorce if they could get guarantees to make sure that Aegon was still next in line? And I think that's possible. But I think that would have to be a discussion that would have to be had. Now, the fact that they went to Dawn seems to imply that they thought that Dawn were in some way on side here. Dawn were not the enemies. Dawn did not hate this. Dawn were very aware. We talk about the Tower of Joy as being this great secret. This was a watchtower on the Prince's Pass. This was the Prince's Pass is the main thoroughfare that goes between Dawn and the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. This was a time of war. there was a family, House Fowler, that was dedicated to keeping an eye on the Prince's pass. They will have known that the heir to the throne, his new love, and firstly 2, later 3 members of the King's Guard were camped out in one of their watchtowers. They will have been aware. So this wasn't like a secret place that they found that no one else knew about. They were there because the Martells had allowed them to be there. Probably because they were in some kind of communication about what to do. So I think that they must have been having this conversation about, okay, maybe we can get a divorce, then these guys can marry. And I think probably that did actually happen because of all the imagery that John is king. And if the imagery that John is king is true, that means that he must be legitimate, which means that it must be a proper marriage, which means that they must have got married. But in terms of where might they have gone, I think I have slowly come to the conclusion that they didn't go straight to the Tower of Joy. I think in my mind, first of all, they kind of met up and then went straight to the Tower of Joy and then just sort of stayed there. That's about 18 months. That feels like a long time to just sort of sit in a tower in the mountains. That feels like the kind of place they went was, okay, well, you're pregnant. We need to stop somewhere. You're pregnant. You're going to have a baby. We can get a maester in. We can nest here for a little while. But they could go other places first. I like the idea they went to Summerhall for reasons that I will explain fully in answer to another question a bit later. I also like the idea that maybe they hung around the Riverlands for a little while. Because I think that there's a fair chance they weren't wanting to provoke this civil war. And Lyanna's brother was going to get married in the Riverlands in a matter of a few weeks. So, and she was definitely expected to be there. So maybe they were just hanging out in the Riverlands for a while. I don't think that they went straight to the Tower of Joy. I think they did other things first. So, Sir Steve the O. Not a question. Over the years, we're left to fill in the blanks. I'd like to think the song that made Lyanna cry at Harrenhal was the Song of Ice and Fire that Rhaegar had put to verse. Perhaps she had some form of starkish dreams or premonition about the pending dangers out of the north, and the song confirmed it for her. Maybe a certain stage play will reveal all. Right, so now we're starting to get, I think, into the kind of like the deeper weeds of this, because I like this kind of stuff. I will say openly, I think the thing which is always, I wouldn't say it's bothered me about R+L = J, but it's like there's another thing that we don't know going on here. Yes, I absolutely get the idea that at the tourney at Harrenhal, Lyanna was the Knight of the Laughing Tree. Rhaegar hunted them down. They had a few moments when it was just them. He was really impressed with her and what she's done. I can even buy into them falling in love there during the tourney. But for that to immediately turn into, well, let's elope, it feels quite quick to me. I get there might have been a connection there, but for them to... But they met, were there for a couple of days. He heads off for the birth of his second child, let's not forget, hanging out with his wife, and he's then writing love letters to her. I don't know. I think she would have not liked that idea as well. She hated what Robert Baratheon was like. So the idea that while he's there saying, oh, I'm sorry, my wife's just gone into labour, but hey, I think you're hot, that I think that doesn't work for her. So that's never quite held true for me. So I think that there's another level here. One of the possibilities we've got is that, yes, she, as a representative of the North, has some kind of magical element to her that we are not completely aware of. Now, I say we're not completely aware of, it's possible that she was something like a skin changer. We know that this does go in the Stark family. All of Ned Stark's children are skin changers. So are we to say that the generation above? No, not at all, nothing. That feels unlikely. And Lyanna, we know, and there's a throwaway remark from Roose Bolton, of all people, when he says she was half horse, that woman, um, because she was so in tune with horses. Is that because there was some kind of skin changing thing going on? Did she connect with horses? Is this why she was so good at um, uh, being a tournament knight? Because of her affinity with horses? It's entirely possible. And if with that she had some kind of green sight or something which allowed her to understand a little bit of the prophecy of what was going on, is that why when he starts talking about prophecy, she just really engages with that? I think I like the idea. We don't know yet. We simply do not know. But it's entirely possible that there's something along those lines going on. And when you say maybe a certain stage play will reveal all, this is the Iron Throne stage play, which we've been promised for a while. Apparently that it is pretty much written. They haven't yet chosen a theatre. It's going to be debuting in London, we're told. I think not this year, next year. What we know is that this is based in the tourney at Harrenhal, and so we will surely get some extra information here. At the very least, we will learn a bit more about the characters, and we might well learn. It would not surprise me if we learn that Lyanna has some innate connection with horses. Yes, dog. Assuming Jon is being regularly drawn into the Winterfell crypts for a reason, that's his dreams, where these are regular all the way through the story. He has dreams about walking into the Winterfell crypts. And that reason is to confirm his R+L = J parentage. What do you think the odds are that the item left in or near Lyanna's tomb is a dragon egg? Personally, if there is an item down there effectively confirming R+L = J, I think a dragon egg might make the most sense, as it would be small enough for Ned to smuggle in without raising any suspicions, compared to, say, a harp, and a dragon egg would be more indisputable compared to, say, a signet ring, which could be written off as an imitation or forgery. In particular, the dragon egg might be especially impactful later on when Jon and Dany eventually meet, as Dany has her own history with dragon eggs. Also, if Jon's real name is Aegon, then the egg would directly represent his true self or heritage. Okay, so this is the theory that in the Winterfell crypts, probably in Lyanna's grave somewhere, is secreted some evidence of Jon's heritage. Now, we have no evidence of this, it has to be said. It's just a thing that seems nice. What kind of points to it is the fact that Jon does have these dreams where he is going into the Winterfell crypts, and he is drawn there to discover something. But while he's there, then the statues are basically telling him he's not welcome. He doesn't have a place there, which kind of works, obviously, because he is half Targaryen. For me, I think the basic point here is the statue of his mother. It would not surprise me if one of the things that Lyanna made Ned promise, and she made him promise a number of things. Don't forget the promises that he made her. Ned thinks of promises not kept. There's a number of promises there. It would not surprise me if one of the promises was to make a statue of her so that her son, in due time, when he discovers his heritage, can see her. That I find that quite emotional. I think that's a beautiful thing. And it explains why Ned made those statues. So that I think is the main reason. But the question then is there any evidence there? Because it's all very well Howland Reed appearing and saying, "Oh, you'll never guess what, John. You'll never guess who your mother was." Or Bran saying, "So I just had a vision, and in that vision, I went back in time and I saw who your parents are." Would those things be convincing the wider world? Probably not. What they need is something stronger. Now, I have thought about this, and as much as I like this idea that there is a bit of evidence down there, you have to say, first of all, this would mean them opening her grave, which I suspect they wouldn't want to do. And secondly, I think that any of the bits of evidence that might be there, they might work for John. He might go, "Wow, here's my father's harp. Now I get it." Or it's a dragon egg. Of course. They might work for him. They might work for a few other people around there. But if you were to try to explain to some random other lord, "Oh yeah, how do you know that this person is the secret child of Rhaegar Targaryen?" "Oh yes, because in Lyanna's tomb we found a harp." That doesn't feel like strong evidence to me. I think strong evidence is marriage certificates and things like that. So as much as I like the idea, and I think, yes, an egg does work well on many layers. I know you were asking about the egg in particular. It does work well on many layers. And there are some eggs out there that we simply do not know where they are. But I don't think that the presence of a dragon egg in Winterfell, in and of itself, even in Lyanna's tomb, would be sufficient to persuade completely independent people of Jon's heritage. Trubaka saying, "Greetings, Maester Robert and Dan the Hound. I want to believe R+L would have been wed properly by a septon." Obligatory question about in-book evidence of such. No, other than the king stuff that we've already talked about. But what might have happened to that septon, and what in-world evidence would there be of the legality of said wedding? If there is no evidence of a legal marriage, then can we assume Jon would only legally inherit the Iron Throne through extreme circumstances, like a conclave or legitimization by the sitting king? Aside from that, is there any possible means of demonstrating Jon's parentage outside testimony from Howland Reed and or Bran's heretical green dreams? Okay, so this sort of picks up on the previous point. So what evidence could there be of a marriage? And I think I'm with you, by the way, that I think a marriage would take place not immediately, but later. And if it did take place in Dawn, then I think we're talking about septons. And if they're at the Tower of Joy when this happens, which is entirely possible, then I think we're talking probably the septon that's from House Dane, who we do not know anything about, but would be quite an important character. But bits of evidence. Their marriages, particularly royal marriages like that, would have to have some kind of record. And also, royal divorce, as I think would have to happen with Elia, would also require something. And George R. Martin, when answering a completely different question about Sansa and Tyrion, did basically say, yeah, this is High Septon who needs to do this. So these things would have had to be done by correspondence, and they would have to be written and recorded on pieces of paper. And where would those pieces of paper go? Probably to either the Great Sept or to Old Town. Now, I'm always wary of saying, well, this happened in the show, therefore it must happen in the books. But what happened in the show was that what Sam learned down in Old Town was he saw the wedding certificate, basically. So I wouldn't put it past Sam or some other character to discover this, and this to be the legal basis, as far as everyone's concerned, for so R+L does equal J. And why does this have to be written down? Because of what we said earlier about the Martells. I think the Martells would be cool with the idea of Rhaegar having a lover, with the idea of Rhaegar remarrying, as long as they could be sure that their person retained the first place in the line of succession. And I think that they would need to make sure something was written down for that to happen. Jojo Action followed this up by saying, if Jon is legitimised by a king like Robb, based on the assumption that he is Ned's bastard, what happens once it turns out he is actually Rhaegar's bastard in the no secret marriage scenario? Would the legitimisation still be valid? Would Jon remain Jon Stark, based on being Jon's nephew at least? Or would he automatically turn into Jon Targaryen? Or would he become a bastard again and turn into Jon Waters? Good thing is, in the Night's Watch, family names don't mean much. Okay, so this is all a matter of perspective and who thinks what. So Jon has been legitimised. He just doesn't know it yet. Robb did that in his last will and testament, which presumably took effect from the moment that Robb died. Jon is legitimised by the king, and he is made Lord of Winterfell. So that has already happened, which makes Jon Stark. Now, what happens if we later discover that he's not actually? Well, I suppose it depends on what legal authority believed that Robb had in doing that in the first place. But if you're there supporting Jon as being a Targaryen, then you would say Robb doesn't have power to do that, or my guy has more power to trump that. So this is all sort of wrapped up in legal stuff, and it's a matter of whatever your perspective is. Do you believe that Robb is the king in the north, and that Jon isn't a Targaryen bastard, or even a legitimate Targaryen? If that's the case, then he stays as Jon Stark. Or the other way around. So that's the thing. It's a matter of perspective. But even more importantly, it's who has the power and who wants to push Jon. I suspect that Jon, even when he discovers, as he will at some point, that there's a fair to middling chance that he could claim the Iron Throne, he probably doesn't want to claim the Iron Throne. So all of this matters. The legal stuff matters less in this world than it does in ours. In ours, we could say, okay, so this is the clear line of succession. Let's make sure that we all agree on what's happening there. There, whoever's got the power, they're in charge of it. Robert Baratheon claimed the Iron Throne through right of conquest. But also they kind of rewrote, the Maesters came up with some weird justification about, but he is part Targaryen if you go back 3 generations. So you can find these things out, but that's because he was the winner. If he'd lost, he was just going to be the usurper and he had no claim on the throne. But because he won, that's when everyone could come in behind him and say, yeah, absolutely, he's the next in line. Magmafrost 13. Hi Robert, I wanted to ask about the year of the false spring and the winter that followed. It seems to me taken for granted in the fandom that the spring was unnatural and the winter that followed was natural, or perhaps harsher than usual as a consequence of the unnatural spring. But what is the evidence for this? Is it just as compatible with the evidence we have that it was in fact a natural spring followed by an unnatural winter? And is it possible that this winter coincided with the return of the others? As an additional question, could you please clarify the timing of when the winter started? Was it months after the tourney, weeks, days? What were the important players doing between the tourney and the start of winter? So quite a few questions there, but the the year of the full spring, 281, there'd been winter for a couple of years. In the south, at least, it had not been too harsh a winter, as far as we can tell. But things had started to melt, the grass had started to grow, everyone had started to go, oh, so I think winter's finishing, I think spring's coming. The maesters had not yet sent out the white ravens to say the season has changed. So they hadn't confirmed from their mind that it had changed, but everyone thought, oh, spring's in the air, and it's been a long time, hasn't it? And in that gap, that's when the tourney at Harrenhal happened. Now, what I'll do is I'll read the section from the World of Ice and Fire from after that, so that you can hear the sort of the timing, so to speak. The full spring of 281 AC lasted less than 2 turns, so 2 months. As the year drew to a close, winter returned to Westeros with a vengeance. On the last day of the year, snow began to fall upon King's Landing, and a thin crust of ice formed atop the Blackwater Rush. The snowfall continued off and on for the best part of a fortnight, by which time the Blackwater was hard frozen, and icicles draped the roofs and gutters of every tower in the city. As cold winds hammered the city, King Aerys II turned to his pyromancers, charging them to drive the winter off with their magics. Huge green fires burned along the walls of the Red Keep for a moon's turn. Prince Rhaegar was not in the city to observe them, however, nor could he be found in Dragonstone with Princess Elia and their young son Aegon. With the coming of the new year, the Crown Prince had taken to the road with 6 of his closest friends and confidants on a journey that would ultimately lead him back to the Riverlands. Now, I'm not going to major on this one, but this is a sentence I think is underreported, that he set off on the road with 6 of his closest friends and confidants, so not just his 2 members of his Kingsguard, but others, on a journey that would ultimately lead him back to the Riverlands, which seems to, and that is, a long journey. Do they mean here back to the Riverlands ultimately because of the Battle of the Trident, or are they saying they went to other places before going to the Riverlands to pick up Lyanna? It's not 100% clear, but what is clear is that this was a long journey with 6 people. And so we can guess who those 6 people are. But George R. Martin's leaving it a little bit open to speculation. But anyway, an underreported sentence, I think. In answer to your question, therefore, so the full spring itself only seems to have lasted for a couple of months. The build up to this, so people started feeling winter was at an end. It was warming up. Spring would soon be here. That's the point at which the tourney got announced. Then we have the 2-month period where it's all beautiful and sunshine and everything else, including the tourney. And then as people headed out after that, a few weeks after that, that's when the winter kicked in. And the winter was very heavy for, again, a month, 6 weeks, something along those lines. So on that basis, what it was, the spring natural and then the winter that came after was unnatural, or was the spring unnatural and the winter natural? My instinct, and I think the instinct of many people in the fandom, is that this feels like someone created a window of what felt like spring when there otherwise wouldn't have been, in order to allow for the tourney at Harrenhal to happen. Who has got the ability to do that? Well, perhaps the Weirwood Network and Bloodraven and people like that. That would take huge magic spells. And they've got a clear motivation for doing it. Could it be the other way round? That actually this is just winter, bam, has happened, and it's that's the bit that's weird, is that everything was going to go to spring, but suddenly winter came in. it's possible. I think, could this be when the others returned? The implication, I think, from Crasta is that they'd been around for a little while before that. But I do think that, particularly in the light of what we hear about the Song of Ice and Fire and the like, and the prophecy from House of the Dragon, if the Targaryens do believe, or this prophecy passed down through Targaryen generations does believe, that the prince that was promised is there to protect against a threat coming from the north, a cold, harsh winter, that almost certainly was what jolted Rhaegar into action. Yeah, he thought he needed a third child, but this happened very quickly. His second child was born, and then literally within a few weeks or months, he's charging off trying to find the mother of a third child. So that the thing that was happening was winter had fallen. So instinctively, although we do not have the full evidence on this, I completely agree. Instinctively, it's the spring that was false, as they say, and then once that bit of magic had faded, then winter came back with a bit of a vengeance. But those who were looking for prophecy thought, this is winter coming again. They did not think of the year of false spring. They thought of it as the year when winter suddenly, unexpectedly appeared again. But you're asking where the key players were between the tourney and the start of winter. Well, as a very sort of quick rundown, the Tullys went back to Riverrun, obviously, and Littlefinger was with them, and so was Brandon Stark. He was due to be marrying Catelyn Tully at Riverrun, and so he was sort of hanging around there after the tourney, and that's where the confrontation with Littlefinger happened, and so on. Ned and Robert Baratheon went back to the Eyrie. That's where they were hanging out. That's that's where their foster father was. So they headed off back over to there. The main court went back to King's Landing with the king. Rhaegar popped into King's Landing, but he was based up in Dragonstone with Elia. Then we get the slightly more complicated bits, which is that we have the Starks. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell. So, whereas Rickard sent all 4 of his children down south to take part in or observe the tourney at Harrenhal, he stayed up in Winterfell. He wanted to travel down for the wedding of his firstborn son, but couldn't leave Winterfell until a Stark came up. So Benjen, the youngest, after Harrenhal left and went north and did this kind of tag team for his father, and his father then went south towards Riverrun for the wedding. Which leaves us wondering about Lyanna, because we're not told specifically where she was. The clear implication is that she was somewhere in the Riverlands, because that's where Rhaegar found her, got her, and they headed off from there, near to Harrenhal. So, where might she be? Well, not at Riverrun. We're not told she was at Riverrun. But very probably, given what Rickard's plans seem to have been to ingratiate his children with the powerful families of the south, then I think the likelihood is that she was not being fostered, but she was there with a well-known, influential family somewhere in the Riverlands until her father came down. So where might that be? That could be any one of a number of different possibilities. Personally, it makes sense to me that she actually stayed at Harrenhal, partly because it was close to Harrenhal where she met up with Rhaegar, and partly because the Wents at the time were an influential family. And Harrenhal, everyone knew, was the biggest and most impressive castle in the land, even with it being half burnt down. So if I had to guess, she was at Harrenhal, but almost certainly she was somewhere in the Riverlands. Ghost Dog. Hi, Robert. Hope all is well. Would love your thoughts on Lady Gwyn's theory that Rhaegar absconding away with Lyanna was less prophecy obsession and more a noble rescue. In broad strokes, Varys learns that Lyanna was the Knight of the Laughing Tree and proceeds to tell Aerys. Aerys, believing the Knight of the Laughing Tree was part of the plot to usurp him, sends riders to seize Lyanna. Rhaegar, learning of this and knowing what his father is capable of, then rides out himself to intercept Lyanna before his father's men do, ushering her away to safety, and the two ultimately fall in love while on the run. Personally, I think this is a sort of ironic tragedy. Rhaegar trying to prevent a civil war with the Starks, but accidentally creating one anyway. That's much more in line with George R. R. Martin's writing compared to Rhaegar simply being prophecy-obsessed, and that being the core motivation for running away with Lyanna. Well, for those who don't know Lady Gwyn, she's half of Radio Westeros, a friend of the channel here. She's been on a few years ago, but she's been on several times, and is an incredibly insightful member of the community. So, I thank you for sending the link through. I haven't had a chance to read through all of it, but I'll tell you a thing that I do like, which, as I said earlier, I've always been slightly uncertain about this idea that they were in love, they fell in love at the turning at Harrenhal, and then Rhaegar just raced back and they eloped together. That doesn't quite hang together for me. So I like this idea of there's another reason. It's not just them saying we must run away together and marry and have children. There are other layers to this. And so what I really like is this idea that they fell in love after that. After they'd met up and they went off somewhere, that's when they fell in love. Probably the initial spark and attraction was there at the tourney at Harrenhal, but it's only later that they actually did fall in love. I don't think we need the idea that Varys told Aerys and Aerys sent people to go after Lyanna for this to work. However, I'd be interested in what evidence Lady Gwyn has got. I'm sure it's excellent. But perhaps it was just to talk about prophecy. Perhaps they weren't actually going to go very far. Perhaps they were still hanging around locally because Lyanna wanted to go to her brother's wedding. Whichever way it goes, I definitely like the idea that they met up, fell in love over the next while, and sort of went off grid because they know it will be misinterpreted. But they thought they could get away with it because why not? Who would even know? James Perkins, given that Rhaegar was passionately obsessed with prophecy and seemed not to have qualms about sharing this obsession with others he was close with, Arthur Dane, Elia Martell, Maester Aemon, etc., do you think he will have discussed with Lyanna the prophetic implications of their union? Do you think he had enough time before the whole of the Stormlands fell into chaos to take Lyanna to Summerhall? What level of buy-in do you think Lyanna, or for that matter his other companions like Arthur and Elia, will have had to any of Rhaegar's prophetic inclinations? Were they convinced of what he was trying to do, or will it have been more like they were indulging a passionate hobby? Well, I think House Dane is very much engaged with this. They are a fascinating house. George R. Martin doesn't want to tell us their house words because they would be a bit spoilery, but if we're talking about the War for the Dawn, the Battle for the Dawn, then they've got Sword Dawn, the Sword of the Morning. That's so connected in with ending the long night. So I suspect that the Danes were absolutely 100% on board. Maester Aemon, obviously, he talked to him about prophecy and stuff, and he was fascinated at least an academic level. And I like the idea that Lyanna engaged with this intellectually, not just like, oh, it's the prince, he's amazing. I love this. I think it was somebody else who said she cried when she at Harrenhal when he sang his sad song. Is that because it was the Song of Ice and Fire, and she understood a little bit of that? That's very possible to me. Might the others have been indulging Rhaegar's passionate hobby? I mean, maybe some were. There's a lot of characters. The party of him and six. Who is it? I mean, Arthur Dane, Oswald Went, definitely. Um, Two squires, potentially. Ashara Dane seems likely. Maybe one other. We don't know. Were they all 100% on board with the prophecy? It seems unlikely. But if Rhaegar was a charismatic leader and they followed him. Ryan's Orcas saying, "Hi Robert, I see comments around claiming that Lyanna didn't want Robert, but then supposedly ran off with a married man. This makes her a hypocrite, a kidnapped victim, or not Jon's mother. Personally, I believe R+L equals J. Lyanna saw Robert as a womanizer and a drunk. I think she fell in love with Rhaegar at Harrenhal. But did they get married? Is there anything in the books that points to Jon being the legitimate and rightful heir, despite Mormont's Crow saying king, and Rhaegar leaving his 3 best knights to guard his lady and child? In my opinion, one of the most compelling things is that Lyanna is the only woman with a statue in the crypts. Ned wanted to forget everything about the events, but did this. Why? Was it because she was a royal princess when she died? Well, I mean, I've answered quite a lot of this one already in answer to different questions. But, I mean, I would say so. Her statue being there, I don't think was anything to do with her being a royal princess. Ned respected tradition in Winterfell. And although he broke a few things there, the crypts were a Stark place. And her place there was not because she was a Targaryen. Her place there was because she was a Stark. So I think for me that doesn't quite work. I think it definitely works with the kind of idea that she wanted Jon to see her statue when he grew up and learned about it. Her running off with a married man, this is a link into Lady Gwyn's thoughts, is that when she ran off with him, it wasn't an elopement. This was for some other reason. It was because they were both fascinated by prophecy. It was because they were trying to escape from the Mad King's clutches, or whatever, and then fell in love. That makes so much more sense, I think. So yes, I think she could have definitely developed feelings for him at Harrenhal, and I think he could definitely have developed feelings for her. But given her very strong stance about Robert Baratheon, the idea that he could have written her love letters and arranged to meet up so that we can run off together while he's there and his wife's in labor or whatever, that doesn't hang together for me. So I like this idea that it was a falling in love after the event rather than the thing that prompted it. Planet Hoff saying, "Hi, I'm from Utah and work as a trim carpenter. I absolutely love all the videos, especially the live stream. I am constantly listening while I'm at work." Well, thank you. I hope your work is going well. I have a question I wanted to ask. This might be odd, but genuinely curious on why Khal Drogo would marry Dany. What was in it for him, besides the creepy part? Was it common for Dothraki to marry outside their Khal? Was there any trade between him and Illyrio? Is this part of any Dothraki bigger plans? Does it make sense? Well, it absolutely does make sense. Why would Khal Drogo want to marry Dany? Well, I think, firstly, she is beautiful, as far as we can tell. And what you say, besides the creepy, the creepy reasons are there. She was hot. He looked at her and he wanted her. So that's part of it. another part of it is that I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance that the last dragon riding family would have. This was a coup. This was the last target. I mean, she claimed to be the rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms. This was an important person, and Khal Drogo had to marry an important person. So, that's I think the second thing is that who would be worthy of Khal Drogo, a Targaryen princess. And the third thing, yeah, I have no doubt Illyrio did bribe them with a lot of money, a dowry, we might call it. But yeah, he made sure this happened. He didn't sort of put out a note to Khal Drogo and say, "Oh, do you want to come and marry this person? She's really nice, I promise." He would have brokered a deal, and if the idea was, and it wasn't like they were very clear about this, it wasn't a deal that if this happens, then you will do that. He would have gifted certain things to Khal Drogo, and in response to this, then Khal Drogo would have married her, and Illyrio is very rich. Let's not forget about this. One dragon egg is hugely valuable, and he's able to give 3 dragon eggs as a wedding gift. So the amount of dowry that he might be able to give is huge. Yeldonil, I hope you're well. Reading about Jon, I can sort of tell what he has in common with Lyanna, at least his looks, and probably some character traits that are very Starkish, like stubbornness, a certain kind of wildness, and of course the warging ability. From Ned, he learned to have a strong sense of honour and duty, but do we see any characteristics he may have inherited from Rhaegar? He doesn't sing or play the harp. He also doesn't appear to be particularly into reading histories. He leaves that to Sam, and he seems a tad sceptical towards prophecy, although he's warming up to it. Other than skills as a warrior and strategist, which he could have learned from Ned and other mentors, I don't see much of a shared likeness with Rhaegar. What do you think is there? Did I miss something obvious? Well, I don't think you missed anything obvious, and I think that you can insert your own nature versus nurture argument here. Yes, he comes across as quite Starkish. He certainly seems to inherit things from his mother. If we're looking for things that he might have inherited from his father, Jon undeniably has a charisma, a leadership charisma to him, that Rhaegar definitely also had. He is a natural fighter. Rhaegar seems to have been a very instinctively natural fighter like Jon, a natural leader. There's a sense of duty that is definitely there, that Rhaegar definitely has. There's, I mean, you can put it in a couple of different ways. Rhaegar definitely had a kind of a melancholy to him. We're told this a couple of different times. A sort of introversion. Jon does have that, but he also has this temper that can just go. One other thing I would probably, and I don't want to sort of emphasize it too much because we have to see where this heads. Rhaegar started out as being very bookish, and then decided he needed to be a fighter. Jon started out as being very much the fighter, but by the time you get towards the end of book 5, he's there doing research on stuff, reading books that he's been left by Maester Aemon, falling asleep on books. So he's turning more towards the enjoying, wanting to read and understand things. Commander Ray, good day, Robert and Dan, and to you too. While Rhaegar was most certainly nowhere near as honourable and morally good as Ned, and even he wasn't perfect, he is painted as a good man by most people who know him. He just had a fatal flaw, an unshakable belief in himself and that destiny was on his side. He definitely wasn't the terrible person Robert claimed or the Saint Barristan claims, but one thing is certain, Lyanna wasn't a damsel in distress. And I wanted to get your take on the dynamics of their relationship and how much Rhaegar likely related to her and what impact they might have had on the story. That might have had on the story, i.e. Jon being the legitimate heir. Well, we don't get much of their dynamic, those two, it has to be said. So the one thing we do know is that he sang at Harrenhal, which made her cry. Benjen teased her about it, and she poured her wine over him. Pardon me. But I think the damsel in distress thing is important. I don't think Rhaegar was looking for a damsel in distress. I think he was looking for the mother of Visenya. Visenya was a mighty warrior, and he was looking for somebody who might be the mother, therefore, of a mighty warrior. Who is he? Where is he going to find a fighting woman? Well, he hunts down the Knight of the Laughing Tree, and he finds out that the Knight of the Laughing Tree is a woman. So that is, she's not a damsel in distress. She could be the Visenya in that kind of three heads of the dragon idea. So I think that has to have been part of what attracted Rhaegar originally. The fact that he is very different to Robert Baratheon probably also attracted Lyanna. She comes across as not a stupid woman, it has to be said, so there also has to be the element of who could she possibly go to and justify not marrying Robert Baratheon. She's been told she's going to marry Robert Baratheon, and how could she possibly get out of that? One of the very few people she could possibly get with that would protect her from Robert Baratheon's wrath was the Crown Prince. So there has to be an element of that, I think, in there as well. But I do increasingly wonder whether there was a shared love of something like prophecy. There has to be some kind of bonding thing going on there. Ranabir Mitra, salutations, and to you too. What do you think was the relationship between Rhaegar and Lyanna? I've sort of touched on this one already in the last question. On a sliding scale between madly in love to purely strategic or convenience, where do you think their relationship lies, based on clues you've seen in the text thus far? I mean, I don't think we've seen many clues in the text, but because we don't see them together all that much. But I like the idea that this grew. I think it started with a respect. And I'm sure some feelings on both sides, but the love grew over time. Secondly, you ask, what is the role that Howland Reed is going to play when it comes to revealing this lineage for Jon in the books? I personally think he will be the one to reveal this to the other characters in the books. What do you think? Yeah, I think he could very much be the one to reveal it. George R. Martin has said, he was asked many years ago, whether we'll see Howland Reed, and he said, well, we haven't seen him because he knows too much. So he will appear later on. If he will appear and he knows so much, then surely he's going to say some of those things. It wouldn't surprise me if he was a witness to the wedding or something along those lines. I think, yes, he's going to be the one to reveal the truth of what's going on. And I mean, we've got a few different possible angles of where we might find out the truth. Maybe Jon will find something in the crypts. Maybe Bran will go back in time and discover something. Maybe Sam will find something in the Citadel. But the person who knows and would probably say, is Howland Reed. So he is the most obvious starting point for all of this. It's then what evidence is there to back up what he says. And also, it has to be said with Bran, Bran's incredibly powerful, but he can see back through time. He will be able to move beyond the trees, but he needs to know where to look. He's got access to all of this lived experience through the Weirwood network. He needs to know where to look and what to look for. So I don't think he's out of nowhere. Pardon me. I don't think he's out of nowhere suddenly going to go, what? I've just realised what's going on with Jon's parentage. Somebody will say something to him and he will go back and sort of confirm it. Rasla. Once Lyanna understood the situation of the war, do you think she was prepared that there was a very real possibility that Rhaegar might have to kill her brother Ned if they crossed on the battlefield? And would she have been able to live with that fact moving forward? Well, I think she had to have understood that Rhaegar was going to go into a big battle against Ned's forces. So the possibility was there. But everyone knew Robert Baratheon's strategy in battles, because it wasn't really a strategy so much as he identified who's the leader of the other army, and then he just charged towards him and tried to take him on in single combat. So that is what Rhaegar will have been expecting. And Rhaegar thought he was going to survive, and Rhaegar thought he was going to win, so he probably would have thought, well, I'll kill Robert Baratheon. And then what? That army gets routed, probably. Their leader is gone. Yes, they've got other people there, but Robert Baratheon is the one who's claiming to be king. They need to at least regroup. At which point, I do wonder whether he might not try and make peace with them, but he wants to get rid of his father as king. That much seems obvious from what he was doing before the war happened. And once you get rid of Robert Baratheon, who wanted to be king himself, then would Ned and Jon Arryn have accepted Rhaegar as king? It's possible, if they had a huge amount of guarantees about, their own safety and that of their families. So it wouldn't surprise me if he had at the back of his mind this idea: if I can get rid of Robert Baratheon, I can talk to the others, and I won't have to face Ned. But yes, of course, Lyanna would feel incredibly guilty if that did happen. Rassler saying, "Good day, Robert. I hope you and Dan the dog are well. Thank you. Given Brandon's known nature, did Lyanna really not foresee any problem with simply disappearing with another man? And Rhaegar, knowing how unstable his father was, surely he would have had concerns of his own. Did they simply not care, or think there would be only minor repercussions?" So I think that she would not have been aware, obviously, that Brandon was coming towards her. So she would have thought he's still safely in River Run, and so he's not going to find out about anything. She probably thought she was being quite clever and subtle, and so I don't think she really thought about him being an issue. Probably they were thinking, well, she can come back in time for the wedding. So I don't think that would have been in the forefront of her mind. If she thought for 1 second, oh, Brandon will find out, then she'll have known, yeah, that'll be an issue. As for Rhaegar, I think he'd moved past the point of caring too much about what his father thought. I think he was following prophecy, and I think that he may have been foiled in his attempt to soft launch a coup at the tourney at Harrenhal, but I think the thought was still there with him. Yes, he was obviously concerned that his father was capable of doing things, but that shouldn't make him stop what he was doing, because the Mad King would be mad regardless of what was going on. He didn't need a reason. He would act badly regardless. And finally, Jack. "Hi, Robert. With R+L = J confirmed by the show and reportedly being the theory that George R. R. Martin asked Dan and Dave about before giving them the green light to do Game of Thrones, do you think the fandom should accept that R+L = J is a fact, not theory, and stop focusing on alternatives such as N+A = J, or are they still beneficial for discussion? Do you think people proposing alternatives are just affected by winds of winter waititis?" Which I quite like as a word. Well, I think I'll end this as roughly as I ended the one last week, which is, I think we should, as a fandom, always be welcoming new ideas. I think we should always be welcoming people challenging what we think of as being absolutely a fact. Whereas I think the preponderance of evidence is very, very strongly now on R+L = J. I wouldn't put this thing with the TV show behind me. I wouldn't put huge amounts of weight on that. But I think what is in the books makes a very strong and clear case that that's what is going on. But we shouldn't just discard things. If somebody comes in with a new idea, we should have a look at it and we should think about it. So I always want, and if you've got a different thought, let me know down in the comments, because I'd love to. I'll try and pick up on them. If you think there's something in particular, one thing, as a sort of a nuance in this, one thing I'd love to know down in the comments is a thing that I've been playing with during this stream. Is a lot of people have been sort of touching on this idea about so what, did they fall in love straight away? Or maybe there was another reason why they met up. Maybe it wasn't just that they were obsessed with each other and had to elope there and then. Maybe they met up for other reasons, and it's only later, that 18-month period, only during that time that they actually fell in love. That works very well for me, but we do need to have an idea about what that thing might be. Is it, as Lady Gwyn suggests, is it that it was a rescue to try and prevent the Mad King from getting at Lyanna? Is it, as, and I've forgotten who it was, one of the questions was suggesting, is it because Lyanna had some greenseer abilities or was interested in prophecy and they met up for those reasons? Either could have some benefits. But let me know what you think on that one down in the comments. Okay. This is a charity stream. I'm doing it as I'm not here to be taking questions live. Then the option is there for you to be donating to an exceptionally good cause. So please do. There's a link somewhere, which will be staying up even if you're not watching this live. The link will still be there afterwards. But patrons, thank you. I can't do this without your support, so thank you very much. Moderators, you've been fantastic. I just know that even though this isn't live, people have been there in the chat, so thank you huge amounts. If you are in the chat, please do show a little bit of love for the moderators. I will be back next week. I'll do a live stream next week. But in the meantime, if you're watching this back a little bit later, there is a link somewhere around here to other live streams that I've done. There's a link somewhere around here to my Patreon page, which is the best place to support this channel if you wish to do so. But that is all for this time. I hope you've enjoyed this two-part exploration of R+L = J. Take care, and I will see you again soon.